There's no... All right, welcome to the final day of the 2016 U.S. National Team Championships. In this women's singles match, we've got Prachi Jha on the far side, and she's playing against Grace Yang. Both players are out of California, Prachi in the Bay Area, and Grace out of LA. My name is Sean O'Neill. Seated next to me is Corey Eider. Corey, thoughts on this match?
This one, Sean, I think is going to be really close one way or the other. They match up really well. You're going to see some exciting points. Prachi has come and had a really good tournament so far. And so is Grace. Grace lost in the women's singles to Lily, but she lost in 6, and it was pretty competitive. So I think we're going to see a pretty close match between these two today, and it's going to be really hard fought. Anytime Grace is on the table, there's going to be a lot of showing. I kind of like to see that. So I know some people don't like it as much, but I love it. I think it's more entertaining. I think it's more fun.
Grace brings a lot of intensity to the match.
And she fights like crazy. Yeah, from my standpoint, I think it's more entertaining and adds to the match.
And both these, of course, were teammates at the World Junior Team Championships, where Team USA earned a bronze medal under the watchful eye of Coach Lily Yip. It's the second time they've won a bronze internationally.
Right, so they were probably practicing with each other all week long.
It's often difficult when you reach such a high internationally then to have to come and play your teammate domestically. But both these players, great attitudes, really continuing to improve, and they will be the face of U.S. women's table tennis moving up into the adult division as they leave the juniors.
That screaming will be like that all match long, so if you want to turn your volume down on your computer, go ahead. We don't have that option, so we're just going to enjoy it.
Grace does have pips on her forehand, so you're going to see a lot flatter shots really close to the table. Prachi, very nice topspin on both the forehand and backhand side. There's a nice backhand opening. So Corey, the format is going to be a little bit interesting to determine the 4th place member of the team. Because we've had 2 tournaments and we'll have 2 winners yesterday and today, that will place 2 members on the team. Of course, the women's singles and men's singles champion from the nationals will place the 1st player on the team. So to get that 4th player, what the association has decided is to take the 2 runner-ups from yesterday and today. If they're the same person, that person will get the 4th spot. If they're different, we'll have a playoff.
Yeah, I really like that system, Sean. Because first of all, it's harder to get there on the first day because there's one more person in the draw, and if the person who's out of the draw on the second day is by definition the best player. Right. So the second draw is easier than the first draw. So it's great that that person's not getting penalized anymore for making it to the final.
Right.
Even though they're getting the 1 seed the next day, but they're probably tired after that many battles all day long.
So right now, Prachi with game point. So yeah, I definitely agree, Corey, that getting away from the round robin, getting into the single elimination, but then also having a fair way to get to a 4-player team, looks like they've found that nice middle ground. And they're
found a way on.
Prachi used the angle and takes
Her
game
dad has
number
been
one.
like ball boy all week long.
Well, he's had to since
He's been under the bleachers like 6 or 7 times.
when you have two kids that are hitting balls that hard and they're going outside the court. He's
Yeah.
he's always in the kind of the batting cage, ready to go out and give some extra support. So Prachi with game number 1. This will be a best of 7 match in the round of 16. The winner of this particular match will play against the winner of Laura Huang and Diane Chen in the quarterfinals. Lily Zhang, who was the runner-up yesterday to Wang Chen, is the top seed with a bye. So again, we're streaming courts 2 and 3. So as the action slows down, feel free to scroll down on your browser window and check out some of the other play. Of course, you can pause.
Credit to USATT, Sean. They changed the format, not afraid to tinker with it, to keep trying to improve. Because remember, their goal is to identify the 4 best players. It's not that
Not to give everyone as much play as possible.
Exactly. So let's get here, find out who the best 4 players are. Because when we have to go play the Swedish Open, we need our best 4 players there.
Right. A great play by both players. Prachi staying with the top spin. Grace really moving the ball around and keeping it out of Prachi's hitting zone. But you're absolutely right, Corey. I think that's one of the challenges for the up-and-coming player and the junior players is you don't want to use these international events for practice. You want to go there and perform your absolute best. Likewise, in these trials, we're selecting a team. We're not providing training opportunities. You've got the nationals and other local tournaments that you can get practice to. Just gain some general experience. I think that's the other reason why they made the entry fee a little bit high, just to separate those who are serious from people who would extend this probably an extra day or two, because it'd be fun to play in the national tryouts. You know, Corey, you mentioned about Grace, how she will give herself that kind of self-encouragement after every point.
Call it a pump up.
Yep, the New York pump up. What I always wonder about as a coach and as a former player is the change in high and low. When you win a point, there's so much energy expended, but when you lose a point and you don't say anything, it's almost like it reinforces not just the winning points, but the losing points, because there's such a different level of energy. I mean, right now she's not screaming, but I guess she might, before Prachi serves, do another quick one.
And you can see like a little come on.
Yeah. So I just know from a energy management that you will be expending some energy when you do the self.
Not a great plan to, I mean, there's 2 ways to look at it. One is you're not going to be able to maintain that energy for four out of 7 matches.
Right.
Second way to look at it, if you don't pump yourself up for the first one, you won't have to worry about playing 4 matches. You're going home.
Right.
So it kind of depends on which school of thought you subscribe to.
And it really does seem like the newer generation, maybe even starting with the Japanese and Taiwanese.
Well, the Chinese
juniors.
are the worst. They teach it.
Yeah.
They literally teach it in lessons, yeah.
Because if you look at old school, let's say the Ma Lins or the Waldners or the Pearsons, you just see them staying calm and cool through the whole time, saying, I'm going to let my paddle do the talking. But on the ITTF Junior Pro Tour, it is just a shout fest.
I know.
And it's just like, bring your earplugs because everyone's screaming. It's almost like a taekwondo or a karate competition.
I think the ITTF could limit it maybe to 1 cho per point.
Whoa, what a weird bounce on that last one. And Corey, here's one of my biggest pet peeves if the ITTF could make a change. Have the players actually shake hands.
Yeah.
Instead of do this finger tap.
Yeah.
I think that really was a step in the wrong direction. I don't know.
That just sort of happened. The Chinese started doing it, and then everyone kind of followed suit. They don't like to shake each other's sweaty hand.
So right now, Prachi with a 2-point lead, but having some difficulty finding her range. And now here we have one of these first must-win points. If Grace goes down 2-0, and he misses her serve. No pump up after that one.
Correct. Prachi is just kind of the silent assassin in this match.
And
you do all your little choing and screaming and pump ups. I'll just go up 2-0.
And let you think about it during the coach's break. Wow.
For all the yelling, she doesn't even attack.
She's just playing a lot more of a countering game.
She's been subscribed to blocker for the most part, and that's not going to get the job done. Because I'm surprised with pips. Usually, people with pips, they have a much stronger short game. Her short game is not stronger than Prachi's.
No, and Prachi.
Prachi's getting the first spin in routinely, and with the pips, she doesn't have a way of respinning it. So when you're spinning aggressively at it, you're just stuck.
I mean, I would almost think that Grace would be better off serving a lot deeper and getting something to work with, because when she's serving short, Prachi's moving around, dumping around, and then she has nothing to start the point with.
Right.
So we'll see if Prachi goes into even a safer mode of playing and making Grace open up and playing off of her opening, but clearly just Grace
even there,
really having difficulty judging the spin. And see, that ball just has too much spin, and Prachi's handcuffing her in the middle. Prachi's continuing in a very workmanlike fashion, just nice and quiet, taking points by the handful. Nice forehand flip. Now Prachi going up 3-0 and just staying very calm. So there we have the match umpire being very clear that when Prachi is about to serve, no more screaming. Now I wonder if that
timeout.
Wonder if that, Corey, will mess up Grace's routine, because that seems to be.
But it's credit to the umpire. That's the right call there. Like it's Prachi's serve now, and it's her right to be able to think clearly without somebody screaming at her. I mean, it's one thing if you win a point. It's another thing to do it before the other person's serving. It's just ridiculous.
Right.
Like at some point, we have to come up with some rules here, you know, because it has gotten a little bit too far. I don't mind showing at all. In fact, I like it.
It's great after a super point.
I loved it when Zaman Mola was doing it and when Fungi Jun was doing it. I thought that was a really fun time. But they were only doing it, A, when they won a point, and B, not when the other person's getting ready to serve.
Right.
And so that's where I think it would be nice to have some structure because it has gotten so out of hand. And that's when usually we decide to make some rules, is when things have gotten like a little bit
Somebody's
out of
crossed the
hand.
line a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, you kind of need to reel it back in.
Boy, Grace is just having the most difficult time getting anything going.
Literally incapable of attacking.
And every opening's either been in the net or off the end of the table, and Prachi.
And sometimes that's what the screaming can do. Adam and I talk about that when we play the team events, is we can't overdo it to the point where you're so pumped up that you can't think clearly, because we both get like that sometimes. Like, and I get like that for sure, where I'm just like so excited. But you have to be able to think clearly and make sound decisions when you're playing. It's not football. Right. It's not hockey where you just go knock people over if you're all pumped up. You have to be able to like make a drop shot, you know, after an important point. So we constantly remind ourselves.
You can see the frustration on Grace. She just whacked at that ball, and then again, there's going to be such a difference in when she's scoring a point, when she's losing a point. Now you see her just very quiet, almost like she's out of her element because the umpire has mentioned to her not to.
But see, the umpire was Yelena was great.
Yeah.
She just said, not before the other person served. She didn't say she couldn't do it.
Right. She didn't say when you win a point. Now she hasn't won many points since that occurred. But so now 6 game points.
Well, let's not pretend she had a lead when Yelena said it either. She was getting beat before.
I mean, there's misses and there's bad misses. That last backhand barely got to the bottom of the net. So Prachi Jha looking very strong in her early morning match. Okay, so Corey, if you're Stefan Fett, who just had a chance to speak with Prachi, what does he tell you in order to close out this match?
Change nothing, stay focused, workmanlike attitude. Those 3 things, that's it.
And I'm thinking, if I'm Grace's coach, you got to get some attacks on the table.
Start serving deep, anything, Sean. At this point, you're beyond desperate.
And I would stop thinking about trying to win the match. I just try to play some points.
Let's see if you can win a point while attacking, because she has to try to get something going.
Right.
That's her only chance of winning the match.
So she's not going to win 11 points with one shot, but she could actually show that she could get an opening on the table, maybe play into a weak area of Prachi.
Right. Where at least
just earn the point.
Because she needs to try to win points where she's doing something. Because even if she wins points where Prachi just makes a bunch of errors this game, that's just one game. That's not a way she's going to win a match. Prachi's not going to go out there and miss for 3 straight games or 4 straight games. So I would like to see Grace do anything. Go with the Kang Hung Hui no spin serve. At least you see some flipping on that return now instead of just the drop shot.
And stay away from allowing Prachi just to spin right off the serve. I mean, you
Yeah, once they're into that rally, it's over.
Yeah, cut it deep or drop it short to the center, but giving Prachi a chance to start her game with that backhand opening is going to just be a nightmare. Prachi's second and third ball is so solid. Look at that. Beautiful flip out to the forehand and then taking the ball down the line. Prachi is really shown sometimes when they go out to her forehand, the uncanny ability. That's a
there
nice
you go.
there.
Getting some attacks in, Sean, just like we were talking about, is her only chance of winning a game and getting any momentum.
She's going to have to create her own success. That was a nice backhand with a little bit more on it.
Prachi's really solid. She's not one of those people that can go out there and spray a bunch of shots.
When Prachi is very pressed, that's when you see more errors. When she has all the time in the world, she'll just take the ball in both directions on the forehand. Nice combination by Grace. But I think, Corey, that when Elena mentioned that to her, I think it really took her out of her motivational or her encouragement, because she hasn't said a word since. And it was just prior to the serve. She didn't say you must be quiet the whole match. Grace able to...
Really good attacks by Grace.
Yeah, dig that shot to the middle out of her body. And this is kind of what we expected a little bit more looking at the match on paper, that Grace would be able to get her forehand in.
Yeah, I thought that we'd see a lot more of an aggressive Grace, because she knows she's not going to be able to block down Prachi. No chance. Prachi a little bit lazy with her feet.
Yeah, needed an extra step to get her body around that last one. Prachi very strong on the defense there.
And Sean, from Prachi's standpoint, if I'm Stefan Fett, I would think about even calling a timeout and say, hey, let's get out of here.
Right.
There is a lot of value to winning 4-0, as we saw yesterday with Canuck. He's still fresh in the final. He won his match against Allen. Allen couldn't move, and Canuck just zipped right through that match. Yeah, very, very good playing by Prachi. She hit both white lines there, I think, Sean, the wide forehand and then the wide backhand. Great placement.
Prachi really firing on all cylinders in this round of 16. And just really limiting Grace's opportunities to get anything going.
Yeah.
And now we have 3 match points for Prachi Jha to advance to the quarterfinals. And that ball stuck on the top of the net for a second before coming back, and Prachi with the serve. Still 2 match points. Oh, that was just a super opening to take the match. You can see very comfortable with 11-5, 7-4, and 8. So Prachi Jha will move on to the quarterfinals of this 2016 National Team Trials, where she will face the winner of the Laura Huang Diane Chen match. We've got men's singles coming up, which should be an outstanding match.
Timothy Wong against Jack Wong.
I mean, that's going to be one heck of a matchup. They played at the North American Championships in Westchester, where Timothy Wong was victorious. However, Timothy has really had his hands full here in Vegas this year, losing
to win a match, Sean.
Right, losing to Gal Algetti in the first round proper of the men's singles, and then yesterday, because of Timothy Wong's seeding being into the main draw of the team trials, running into a buzzsaw with Victor Liu.
And Victor was red hot all day. So both players he lost to, he just ran into two players that were on absolute fire.
I mean, both these players have had good wins against other members of the national team, so it wasn't a surprise that they'd be tough matches. But these junior players, I mean, they are improving at such a fast clip. I was really impressed, Corey, with how Victor played all day yesterday, getting to the finals, having a lot of good points with Canuck in the finals. But I think the experience that Canuck brings to the table was a little too much, and Canuck was playing 4-game matches all day long. Victor playing 6 and 7 gamers.
Well, Canucks' draw was significantly easier than Victor's, but everybody's draw was significantly easier than Victor's. Victor had the toughest draw possible yesterday.
By far, yeah.
You know, he had to play Mike Landers,
Timothy
Wong. I forget who else was it. Did he play Samson maybe? In the middle of that somewhere?
We can look that up.
We can look it up, but I mean, for sure, 2 of the top 4 players in the men's draw.
Yeah, when you're beating members on the national team in order to get to the finals.
Right.
So that extra match that we weren't sure of was Victor took out Nicholas Teo, who's had a tournament of his own.
Yeah, he's had a really good tournament.
And that was a 6-game match as well.
Yeah.
So Victor definitely had 3 6-game matches yesterday from Timothy, Landers, and Teo before winning the first game against Canuck in the finals, but then dropping the next 4 with the last 2 games being 11-9, 11-9. So Victor does come in as the top seed today, and he's playing Adar Algetti in this next round. Again, you can click on the links to the right of this page to see the draws and just choose the menu with the 2016 National Team Trials as the top one, and then day 2. So we're going to let the umpires deal with racket control and have the players get ready, and we should have the match momentarily.
Blue. Service. Service.
All right, we're about to begin here. The men's round of 16 between Timothy Wong on the near side and training partner Jack Wong. Currently, Timothy Wong is in New Jersey training at the ITTA Table Tennis Center. So Corey, going into this match on paper, if you look at the last 4 or 5 months, you'd probably have to say Tim has a huge advantage.
No, last 4 or 5 months, Sean, I would probably pick Jack. Tim hasn't beat anybody on the East Coast since he's been out there. He hasn't beaten anybody here. He's 0-2. So he's been struggling for quite some time now.
Well, we did see him in Westchester win the North Americans, beating Jack in the semis there.
That's true. That's true. But that was, what month was that?
September.
September. So maybe if you go back 4 or 5 months, yeah. But if you go back to the last 2 months,
really difficult time.
It's been brutal for Tim.
And would you say, Corey, that maybe the style or the games from the West Coast to the East Coast quite a bit different level of competition?
No, I just think he's in a downtime right now. He's just not playing well. There's no style difference really, West Coast to East Coast, I don't think. But part of it too, he's getting acclimated to a new environment and new coaching and new clubs and new places to live, which isn't all that easy.
I mean, I think once he left ICC, he kind of got out of that.
You gotta have his routine.
Comfort zone,
and athletes are
creatures of habit.
Creatures of habit, yeah, exactly.
So yes, in men's singles, Timothy was upset by Gal Alghetti in the first round, and then yesterday, Victor Liu came through and not only beating Timothy, but also took out Michael Landers, in addition to Nicholas Teo, who's had a very fine performance here in Las Vegas this week. So Timothy starting strong, getting his loop going. That's a great combination by Jack. Really strong from the backcourt. Looked like maybe one of those shots could have been a little bit of a mishit, but it still landed. Oh, nice little abbreviated re-loop by Jack Wong.
Tim actually playing a little bit better so far than I've seen him play, and I think part of that is Jack's giving him a little bit of pace to work with.
Oh, lucky break there for Timothy. Jack had worked that point so well.
Sometimes when you're in a funk, Sean, you need a little bit of luck just to get yourself out of it, so you stop thinking everything's going against you. You know, part of when you're in a funk is physical, but part of it's mental too.
You know, the similarity, Corey, from when Tim did do well in Westchester, he really went for it. He really, in the match with Here Look,
Terry,
he just, balls on the backhand side, instead of playing safe, he actually unleashed his backhand. I'm seeing that a little bit on the forehand side right now, where he's taking a little bit more of a swing and less of a controlled, kind of a safety play. That's going to be a tough situation. If Jack gets the first loop in and Tim's relegated to blocking, I don't see him blocking Jack Wong down either.
I don't either, but Tim's block is solid, Sean. For years, we always talk about that. His block is really solid. It's one of his better shots. Now, the power side of it, maybe not so much. Doesn't have tons of power, but his block, forehand and backhand block, are rock solid.
Wow, beautiful play by Jack Wong. Breaking the cross-court angle, just taking the ball down the line. You can hear Han Xiao in the back of the court, Tim's coach for this match, trying to provide some extra energy over there.
You know what's interesting, Sean, is neither of these players are great against long serves, and neither of them serve long yet.
I mean, you can see Timothy so close to the table on the service return. Jack had that ball on his paddle. So Timothy Wong strikes first with an 11-8 victory, and he's running back to the corner to get some advice from doubles partner Han Xiao. Jack Wong goes to his respective corner.
Sean, it should be automatic that whenever you see somebody wanting to play the over-the-table backhand receive, you have to serve long a little bit. It's kind of weird that as much as these guys practice with each other, that they wouldn't serve long once. Doesn't really make much sense to me. And if I was Han, or if I was Jack's father, that's who's coaching Jack, Howard, I would definitely look to serve some long, whether it's to the middle or to the wide backhand. You know, if you're going to try to hit his elbow or to his wide backhand, either one's going to be successful.
It's going to just negate that stroke. They're not going to be able to pull it off with anywhere near the angles or the amount of spin.
And you start to take away each of their favorite returns. Their favorite return for both of these guys is the over-the-table backhand flip. And if you serve long enough, they can't do that anymore. So now you make them return your serve with their second or third burst returns. Then you're going to get a lot of openings. So sometimes you have to take somebody's serve return away to force them to give you the opening you're looking for.
And you can see Jack able to jump in on that last one. And that serve was a little bit exactly along those lines. Maybe 3 or 4 inches deeper than Timothy can step back. Gets a much weaker opening. Jack needs to make that backhand down the line. So Timothy playing much sharper here on day 2 of the national team trials. Jumping out after winning the first game. Now with a 4-0 lead.
Not many rallies here, Sean. Neither of these guys, I mean, Tim's actually playing fairly well. Jack's just really erratic right now.
He's had a couple of open court shots that just overhit. That was a nice dig on the serve return.
I don't know where that return has been. That would be like 80% probably of the returns you should be doing.
And look what that deep serve did. Just completely backed Timothy up and put him into a defensive stance.
Do it again.
So with those 2 serves, Jack gets right back into this game. Just almost want to say, Corey, classic junior mistake.
Yep.
Ball's high. Instead of figuring out how to guarantee that it's on the table, just going for a winner. Got to be able to eliminate those loose points. That's a great backhand. And that shot is so much more difficult than just putting the previous ball on the table.
It appears, Sean, that Jack has more firepower than Tim, but it's not, I don't know if that's true. Even though by this match it looks like that, because Tim's just playing a solid conservative game and letting Jack make mistakes.
Well, the problem is once Jack starts landing the ball, now Timothy has to really make some major changes.
That's what I was getting at, is it might get you a game or two, but I don't know if that's going to get you the match.
That was a really big point for Timothy to get that deep serve back on the table and to have a little bit of breathing space here with the serve at 7-5.
To play that strategy, you better be pretty confident he's going to miss for 4 straight games. Because your own attack's not very warm when you've been kind of pushing and blocking.
You know, one thing, Corey, that I feel a bit with Timothy's change in game is that what he's done, he's added power, but he hasn't added much variation or many options when he's looping, whether it's downline or cross court. Just seems like he's gone harder in the same directions, has been his recent change from the Timothy Wong we saw maybe 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah, but it's almost like his power throws him a little bit off balance because he's trying to swing so hard.
Oh, if that had made it, that would have been clearly
a shot of the tournament.
Or at least a ITTF play of the week or something. Yeah. But right now, Jack doing a little bit more.
I think, Sean, for Tim to compete, if I'm an advisor to Tim, which he's got a lot smarter advisors than me, he needs to put on 20 pounds. If you just look at him and you just look at what the top athletes in our sport look like, they don't look like this. They look much stronger, both in the legs and even in the upper body. He could use some.
I don't think it would slow him down at all.
No, it'd speed him up because he doesn't have any explosive movement. He's quick. He can play quick, but not explosive.
So right now, 9-8, Jack Wong is mounting a surge in order to try to even up this match. And look at that. That was just a fadeaway. Forehand, again, going cross-court quite often. You don't see Tim take the ball down the line nearly as much as you'll see Jack. Jack's got really good racket speed.
Good rotation on the ball.
9-all. Timothy goes with the backhand flip out to the forehand.
It would have been the best time to serve long.
Yeah,
He did it the one time, and it worked so well. And I'm not saying you should do it every time, but you have to do it more often than Jack's doing it for sure. If I was Tim, I'd do the same thing.
just back your opponent up, get a weaker
when
first ball.
When the match gets close, Sean, they both want to go with the backhand flick. Use that against them.
Wow. In a blink of an eye, Jack Wong has evened up this match at 1 game apiece. And Jack's taking all the risks. He's taking the big shots. He's going for playing his game.
Jack hasn't even started to play well yet, and he's at 1-1. So if I'm Jack, I'm really happy to be 1-1 because I don't think Jack's going to keep missing those balls.
Well, he's taking them, so I mean, eventually they'll start landing.
Exactly.
Where Timothy's been a lot more selective and a little bit more passive on the aggressive scale. Just trying to play short, safe, not give Jack anything to work with, but not risking.
Right, and I'm really curious to see, Sean, in this game, if Jack's going to push out a little more, force Timmy to maybe do a weak opening.
Right. When Timmy's forcing
off of it.
Yeah, when Timmy's backed up, that short game really starts to dissolve.
Right.
Because now he doesn't have the in and out as fast.
And you were talking about it when we were watching him play in the Nationals. His ready position is so far over the table that's one of the reasons why he's so susceptible to the long serve.
It almost appears that Timothy is returning serve in doubles when he plays singles. His racket's over the edge of the table. There's the deep serve, and look what the pop-up he gets. I mean, it's one thing in doubles where you know they're serving it to the cross-court angle, but in singles, I just haven't seen that many players lean over the table in order to assume that every serve is short. So when it is short, yes, you get a slight advantage. But when they're serving you deep, you've got to not only back up, stop, and then go forward.
But if it's short, by definition, the ball has to be slow. So you have time to move up. The 2 times Jack has served out.
Both times have instantly gotten a weaker ball.
And it's really weak. I mean, it's a lob.
Yeah. So Timothy used the exact same strategy, got a much cleaner ball to start his attack with. It's just with Jack, you know he's going to be pulling the trigger on almost every shot.
From Jack's standpoint too, Sean, if you look at the juniors, the biggest difference we've seen, if you look at Victor and you look at some of the other juniors, Victor looks like a man. And some of these other juniors, they still look like boys.
Yeah, they're growing into their bodies.
Yeah, and they need to do a better job of start filling out with some muscle. Because right now when they swing fast, it looks really forced because they're not strong enough to swing that fast.
Right, using a little bit more momentum than just pure strength. I think we've got a little critter on the court.
Doesn't want to leave. He wants his time on camera.
Placing him on table 2. I think, Corey, in the backhand-to-backhand exchanges, since Jack has been so much more aggressive in the first two games, that's going to be a pattern that he's looking to enforce. And not sure if Timothy's driving that ball or opening up. Kind of a little bit of both. I mean, in theory, you should load it.
This is the serve grip Jack goes deep with. Yep, there's the deep one. But it wasn't very good. It landed short.
Ball touched the top of the net. And we're tied up at 5 here in game 3. Another mishit. So Timothy showing a nice amount of hustle on that last point. Great point by both players. Again, Timothy Wong having just a little bit more safety on his loop. Jack very happy to go for winners at any opportunity.
Well, and Jack needs to stay out of those rallies. Counter loop to counter loop. Timothy's probably the strongest in the country.
And off the table, his strong footwork is going to only help him
Correct.
make that much more consistent of a shot. But Corey, I really like when I see Jack get that first heavy spin in, because he's a machine. Once he gets that first one going, he can loop on both forehand and backhand with really good acceleration on the ball. Heavy spin, and he can speed it up as well.
Oh,
Nice
that's
loop.
a great reloop, because Timothy's backhand opening was really heavy. It sat up a little bit, but it had a lot of
I
rotation.
mean, Jack had to not explode with speed, but with spin. He overlooped it. So now 7-all. We knew this would be a good match coming in once we saw the draw. Going for the right serve, but just mistiming the bounce. And now for Jack, his first chance to create some separation.
This is a huge point.
Jack had the ball. He won
Barely
it.
missed it. Just
Yeah.
clipped the top part of the net.
Was able to drop it nicely. Looks like the ball went inside the barrier contraptions.
And with all the spin on the ball, Sean.
It could have gone around the corner.
Yeah.
It's actually on Jack's side of the table now. These beautiful barriers are interlocked, so they all have the ability to have a little bit of a channel down the center of them. I think that's a tough ball for Jack to re-loop on the backhand side, because Timothy is getting quite a bit of spin. Boy, that was just a pop-up on that serve return.
And great location by Jack to not just take that ball cross court and to take that into Timothy's body.
Just that little hesitation can freeze your opponent. Two incredibly important points right now Serve to Timothy Wong. Let's see if he takes your advice, Corey, and mixes it up depth-wise.
That ball was coming out.
Yep.
But Jack already committed to the drop shot before he saw the ball bounce.
Was unable to judge. He could have looped that ball almost anywhere if he had just hung back a second versus saying, I'm going to drop it no matter what. Wow.
Does he have the confidence after he missed his last long serve to serve long? I think that's why he won't serve long.
Again, it's that second backhand loop that's really trailing off the table. So Timothy Wong reestablishes the one-game lead with an excellent 11-9 finish to game number 3. You can see the energy with Timothy Wong in the corner, continuing to get advice from doubles partner Han Shao, while Jack's getting some fatherly advice from Dad Howard.
I think, Sean, if I was in Jack's corner, I would tell him to serve long a little bit more, but not out of his forehand grip. He has to go to the pendulum grip, because that's when Timothy is cheating. When he goes to the hook serve, Tim knows that ball's going to leak, or he's going to try the kick serve. If he did it out of the pendulum grip, and if I'm in Tim's corner, I would go back to the reverse service motion into the short forehand of Jack, because Jack's unable to flip that ball, so he's going to have to play that ball with his forehand. And he's a little bit more susceptible on the short forehand than Tim is. Tim's short forehand's actually pretty good. I would stay away from that kind of exchange.
Yeah, if Jack's up at the table dictating the tempo of the backhand, he's very strong. If he's forced to re-loop a ball on the backhand after Timothy's had a chance to initiate his offense, and that's the location that you're talking about, Corey. Timothy can play it short to Jack's forehand. Really doesn't have the angles present.
Neither of these guys, Sean, really want to play much underspin. They're trying to flip pretty much everything. That's the short forehand. You're going to score, if you're Tim, you're going to score a lot easier with that sort of return than you are with your flip. Because Jack's happy to get into the backhand-to-backhand topspins.
And Corey, we always talk about the backstory going into these matches. And I think Timothy is playing such a bigger, important, he's a full-time player, really fighting hard to make the world team. Jack's still a junior player out there swinging. He's not thinking of how important if I don't make this world team. Timothy has to really grapple with a lot more pressure. And I think that's really been one of the additional factors in the Vegas 2 losses that he's had, is that it's kind of like, how can I justify not being into school? All these kids are just making big swings. He's almost got to have that bulletproof vest. Being a full-time player in the U.S. is no easy feat. And our junior boys are just continuing to improve. I mean, they have so much more international play. They've got great practice partners. There's a lot more full-time clubs. So they're willing to swing. And even Canuck Ja, I think, has felt a little bit of that pressure, especially in the junior matches,
right,
is that he's playing in Sweden full-time right now. He comes back, and there's no easy wins. I mean, the Victor Liu's, the Jack Wongs, these kids are willing to take the risky, go-for-it approach.
Out of all the families, Sean, and all the players, I think the Jaws have it the most correct. I asked his dad, I said, is Canuck going back to Sweden? He says, yep, his flight back is January 2nd. So they don't view this as like a short-term answer.
Right, they're
just
creating
go
a
there
complete,
for 2 months.
right,
They're going there for development purposes.
Creating a complete player versus trying to win a match or win a tournament.
Exactly.
Which I think that's the challenge for a lot of other players that go abroad internationally. They're not trying to improve as players, they're trying to win a match.
They're trying, it's almost like they're doing it for like preparation for the trials or for the nationals or for the Olympic trials. And I think that creates unnecessary pressure. It's almost like a trick. Like, I feel like I should be playing better because I'm going abroad. But that's not how it works, right? I mean, you've done it. I've never done it, but you've done it.
Yeah, it's the long haul. You can't try to study for the final exam the night before.
Well, and it's even different now than when you did it, because if you did it, you did have an advantage over everybody else, even if you went over there for a month or two, because the practice here was not good when you were playing. Now the practice here is good. If you're a junior, you can get really good practice at your home club.
The level of practice partners and training partners that have come over from China has just completely changed the dynamic of.
Right.
So when you go to Europe, what you're actually getting is good match competition against different styles.
Yep.
So
and you're able to become more of a well-rounded player when you go over there. So going over there for a month or something isn't all that beneficial nowadays as it was when you were playing.
Yeah, and you could see it in the old days with Danny Siemler playing in Germany, Eric playing in Germany, Butler in Sweden. I was in Sweden. Being a full-time player was a huge advantage. Now Tim's a full-time player in the U.S., but I don't see him getting that match experience where he's forced to have to win.
One good thing about Tim being on the East Coast now is we do have some high-level tournaments every month.
Yeah, the Westchester Club has tournaments.
You're still stuck playing the same players all the time, though. That's the only downfall, but it's a huge step in the right direction. Yeah. But the downfall is you're playing kind of the same guys, and it's all the Chinese style for the most part.
And you've got our junior development team. I mean, you've got Alan Wong, you've got the Algetti brothers, you've got Jack. So they're all probably going to benefit a little bit more. Playing Tim is going to benefit them because they're continuing to improve and he's trying to create that distance between them. So I know when Tim was in, I think he either played in Luxembourg or one of the other smaller European countries, that really gave him a boost coming back here. Just having played a lot stronger players day to day.
Yep.
So
if I were Tim's advisor, not even coach, but like just advisor and giving him some advice, my first hire would be Michael Lander, strength and conditioning coach. We got a chance to eat dinner with him the other night, and that guy, I mean, Michael's in tip-top shape. He's not in great practice yet because he had a long layoff, but
physically he's playing a stronger ball than he's ever played.
And physically he just looks better than everybody else. I mean, from a speed and explosion standpoint, he's head and shoulders better than everybody in the competition from that perspective.
So Timothy has really, in this last game, taken it to Jack, playing, again, instead of more of a keep it on the table block, a little bit more topspin, moving the ball around. Now he can actually predict that Jack's going to go really strong. I mean, Jack's not going to go safe at this point if he's trailing.
Yeah, Jack doesn't really have that component in his game where he goes safe. His safe is the heavy spin at the table.
Right, just a heavier spin.
Yeah.
But he's still going to be putting a lot of heat behind the ball. So now with a 3-1 lead, Timothy has an opportunity to maybe take a little bit more of a risk. Not hit crazy shots, but fight for the opening and then be ready to counterattack. But Corey, we did see at the Pan Am tryouts where Timothy ran into difficulty losing to Hanshao the first day and then Kunal Chaudhry the second. He came out blazing day 3 and just ran through the competition. And I'm seeing a little bit of that right now, where when he does get a lead, his ball becomes that much stronger versus playing from a 2 or 3 point deficit.
A little bit more, you could see the confidence.
Like right there, that's an easy, comfortable point.
Oh yeah, and he can make that ball 100 out of 100 times.
Right. Do or die point for Jack Wong right now, trailing 3 games to 1 and starting slow here in game 5.
That's the block I was talking about earlier, Sean. Timothy's block on his backhand side is really, really solid. See, that long serve doesn't have any effect. I mean, Jack made a great follow-up, but because with that grip, he knows he's serving long. Now short to the forehand. Yep.
And then
it's so predictable.
Right. In the backhand loop that Jack looped in the net, he needed another foot to the right of that ball to actually lift up and through it versus just pull across it with his wrist. So Timothy Wong completely in the driver's seat right now. Just playing on his terms. Nice placement out to the forehand. Really handcuffing Timothy. Doing a little bit of a tomahawk chop. So expect Jack to make a little bit of a surge here, and that ball catches the edge of his racket, allowing Timothy to go up 3.
Sean, Jack's balls just never really started landing like we were thinking they might.
He had 2 or 3 really nice combos.
There's another long serve out of the pendulum grip. Error.
Right. There's no way for the banana backhand to really get to the side of the ball and do much damage.
And that's where he needs to serve long, is out of that grip, because out of that grip he's been serving short.
And Corey, just thinking of last year when Jimmy Butler won the Nationals, Butler plays a much more traditional pendulum, which is going to basically lock up a lot of these banana flippers. So there are strokes and there are serves that can help negate some of the newer techniques. You just have to be aware of what's happening.
And that's why it's important to have a wide variety of serves and be comfortable doing them.
Timothy's got to be careful right now.
Sean, Jack's backhand flip is better against a traditional pendulum than it is against the hook serve, because he comes around the side of the ball and goes with the spin, and it gives you back a really nasty ball.
Oh.
It's the right serve, just
knowing what to do, yeah, just getting ahead of himself, so. Very nice backhand spin by Timothy, and he is 2 points away from playing the winner of the Grant Lee Sharon Algetti match. And now, with a 5-pack of match points and the serve, Timothy Wong can finally get on the board here in Vegas with his first victory.
Like that flip right there, Sean, that's underspin.
Coming around the ball, but not lifting up the back of it.
Yeah, he comes around and under the bottom left part of the ball. And you got to miss that ball a lot before you realize it's underspin.
So practice partners, Timothy Wong advances to the quarterfinals in a very straightforward 4-1 victory where he dropped the second game at deuce, but able to just keep constant pressure on Jack. And Jack, as you said, Corey, really never seemed to
wasn't able to
get
connect
comfortable.
his shots.
Right.
You know, he could make one or two, but he wasn't able to really continue his attack against Timothy.
Timothy just a little bit safer on the offense. Jack a little wilder. We saw a couple of shots that Jack probably would have liked to have had back. But Timothy's got to feel much, much better. I just remember at the Pan Am tryouts at Texas Wesleyan last year when he was having some issues where the umpires were calling his serve. The night after, he just went to the training hall and just worked on his serve for about an hour straight with his coach Joe Shin to make sure that everything felt comfortable. And then he went in on that final day and just match by match just really took apart the opponent. So hopefully he'll be able to draw on that experience and level of confidence today. Jack Wong, tough tournament. I'm going to say he finished a little bit lower in the junior trials this year than I'm sure he anticipated.
Yeah, but he's got a long time still. I think he's 15 years old, so he's got a lot of years still to make the men's national team. He would have made the junior team if he would have beat Victor. And he was up 2-0 on Victor and then lost. Victor came storming back and beat him 3-2 in the group.
Right, so he did finish 5th on the team, but lost in the earlier crossovers. So we've got women's singles coming up. I believe we're going to get a chance to see Angela Guan against Crystal Wong, which should be another great match between world team members. So we'll be right back on the half hour in about 20 minutes. All right, we will be beginning this women's quarterfinal match between Angela Guan on the far side and Crystal Wong on the near. Best of 7 match. Both players fighting for a slot on the U.S. national team, which will participate in the World Championships in February in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, as well as various other U.S. international competitions, but this will not determine any of the Olympic slots. That'll be a separate tournament in Greensboro, North Carolina, and then followed by a North American Olympic Trials in Toronto. Corey, these players played at the Pan Am and World Team Trials last year, and I want to say that Angela won that match against Crystal. As we know, Angela was on the World Team, and Crystal was unable to keep her slot, so Crystal's fast hand speed, great counterattacking, all of that really goes out the window when she's playing a chopper and has to do all the work herself.
I'll be curious, Sean, to see if Crystal Wong is going to go after the forehand side of Angela Guan. Yep. Sometimes you get a ball, if you attack the middle of Angela, that you can smash, which is optimal way to attack a chopper because you don't give them any spin to use, but you can only smash it if they sit a ball up. So sometimes when you're playing a defender, you're just trying to get a ball you can smash. You're not always trying to find a way to make them miss. But can you get them to leave a ball kind of hanging that
right.
You can be more aggressive with?
And we saw when Crystal played even Wong Chen in the singles, she does have a nice opening loop. She does have a ball that she can lift up and not only drive. I think the Crystal of a couple of years ago was a much more one-dimensional looper where she just drove everything. Great play from the backcourt by Angela. Now back up close. Great recovery. The timing on those returns when Crystal's hitting it a lot flatter, so much more difficult. Very explosive back in there by Crystal.
That's one thing that the choppers have struggled with playing against Crystal. She can use the backhand quite a bit against choppers, and it changes the curve of the ball. So it's not so easy for the chopper to get into a rhythm.
It almost seemed better, Corey, for Angela to chop a lot more right down the center of the table to take that backhand off the plate.
Crystal doesn't have as much practice with defenders now that she lives in Seattle. She used to have Wang Tingliang coaching her against Angela, who was a chopper. And they played with each other a ton at the Maryland Table Tennis Center.
That just really allows you to get those extra gears to where you have to spin it slow. You can't just go into a rip fest where every single ball is a bomb.
And a lot of playing defenders, Sean, is about comfort. If you practice against it quite a bit, you start to feel more comfortable.
You don't knock yourself out.
Yeah.
But Angela's doing a really nice job of changing the spin, mixing it up, giving Crystal more than one look. Nice slow loop on that last one. Crystal really took the pace off the ball.
Yeah, Angela gave her a dead ball chop, and Crystal just kind of carried it over with no spin.
You need to be able to vary your spin against a chopper. You cannot just go heavy all the time. They will start mixing it up on you. Very nice forehand smash by Crystal to get game point.
And a great serve placement, Sean, deep into the elbow. Angela probably should have came over and put the long pips on that serve.
Could have really misdirected it. Oh, great touch by Angela. And Crystal takes game number one with two very smart and patient balls.
Yeah, she started in a hole early in the game with some unforced errors.
Shows a lot of maturity to be able to, when you play a chopper, to realize that the game's on your racket. If you decide to go too fast, they're going to kill you. If you slow up and you let them take their shots. But you can keep spinning and spinning as long as you're reading the spin on the ball. So right now, 11-9 game one to Crystal Wang.
Crystal being coached by practice partner in the Seattle area, Anthony Zhao. Angela being coached by her mother. And I believe her mother played professional for the Sichuan province of China.
You know, Corey, I was watching all the players warm up this morning, and it was really cool to see Angela's mother spinning to her, letting her work on her chop. So you have a built-in warm-up partner with your mom, which is really cool.
Crystal doing just an absolute awesome job, Sean, of mixing the spins, and Angela hasn't gotten comfortable with her chop yet.
Oh, what a great shot by Angela. I mean, you almost feel she's an offensive player with the type of inside-out forehand drive. Angela has really upped not only her offense, Corey, but I think her service placement and the aggressiveness of how she goes after her own serves just really juices the ball up a lot more to set up a possible third ball attack and get some free quick points instead of having to work for everything so hard. And see Crystal just really looking around, wondering what's going on here. Such a change from the last few points. That level of confidence we saw in Crystal's face has completely evaporated. Just looking around right now. And then here comes that backhand rip. That ball has so much spin on it. Even a push wasn't going to get under the ball.
See if see if Angela can maintain this lead. She had the same lead in the first game. And quality shots like that is how Crystal reversed the score.
Anytime Crystal can really load the ball up on the forehand side, you don't see Angela using the long pips as much. She goes more with the inverted. That's just a really difficult chop to make when that ball doesn't have as much forward momentum on it and it's just dropping straight down. You're off the table, so now Crystal with a chance with the serve to tie this second game up. Great defense by Angela Guan. This after that one chop from the backcourt, she just sprinted up knowing that there was going to be a drop shot. Crystal going for the smashes at the end. Oh, beautiful no-spin chop. Crystal pushed it back. Angela got the ball that she wanted to attack, but Crystal able to keep that forehand attack back on the table. There's the super heavy underspin ball with Angela opting to play a backhand on the forehand side. Just able to return all of Crystal's spin on the ball. And now we are even up one game apiece with Angela able to really increase the spin to knock Crystal's offense out of the picture. So one apiece, best of 7. Now Corey, Angela's going to have to do a lot better job placing that ball. She's going right into Crystal's power zone there on the backhand. So Crystal's not even having to move her feet in order to take a full snapping backhand swing. Angela throwing in a really nice topspin ball from the back court. Very nice work by Crystal moving the ball around.
Great smash by Crystal Wong, Sean. Anytime she's able to get that smash in, that should almost be her mindset. Can I create a ball that I can smash? What an at-the-table block there by Angela Guan.
Beautiful smash right into the body.
Sean, one thing I'd like to see some of these players do when they play a defender, they're committing to their shots so early that Angela has a chance to read, like when they're going to push. They show push so early. You need to hold that longer because you're going to, not that Angela's going to miss it, but if she is struggling a little bit more to get there, you're going to get a weaker ball and she's going to be a little bit off balance. And that's the difference between keeping a chopper uncomfortable and not. See how early she showed chop there? It'd been nice if she would have gotten position like this and gotten position like she was going to hit a ball and then went with a push.
Definitely you can see a lot of the very experienced players against choppers, especially when they drop it, they start in a neutral position.
Yep.
But we knew this was going to be a good match when we saw it line up on the draw. Both these players are going to make small adjustments from a momentum standpoint. Corey was surprised. Oh, great recovery by Angela. Able to return the smash and just outside the reach of it. Crystal on the wide forehand. There's so much spin on this ball anytime Angela can use the long pips to return Crystal's heavy opening. As we've seen, Corey, throughout this event, any opponent of Angela that can get the ball out to her forehand is going to deal with a much easier return. And that time, Angela changed the spin.
Yeah, Crystal misread that ball, thought there was underspin, and there wasn't.
And Angela takes game number 3 very quickly to get a little bit of space here. Quarterfinal action of the women's 2016 national team tryouts. We've already placed a couple players on the team with Jiaqi Zhang by winning the women's singles of the nationals. She took position 1. And then we had tournament number 1 yesterday. Wang Chen took position 2. So now we've got 2 more slots available. And what will happen is the winner of today will be slot 3. And then depending on who's the runner-up, they will have a chance to fight for the 4th slot against Lily Zhang. If she is not the winner, she'll have a chance to do a playoff match with the 2nd place finisher. Great patience by both players. Crystal able to just keep the upper hand throughout that rally, moving Angela side to side. And Angela has upped her game with a really nice forehand surprise attack. And that's really smart by Angela, able to block that ball a little too high to chop, and just really changing the rhythm and the spin of the ball. Anytime a looper is playing a chopper and they've looped 2 or 3 and their racket generally starts low, then you throw in a fishing or a topspin block, often they'll lift that one off the end, and Crystal finding the middle once more to bring it to 3-2. Corey, and that's exactly what Angela needs to do on any just random push that Crystal puts on her forehand side. She's got to be able to create some pressure. Now it looks like Crystal's forcing things a little bit. One of those critical points now, trailing 3-6 and down 2-1. Crystal doesn't have a lot of margin, but she was able to win this last point to bring it back within 2. Crystal continuing to go right into the body of Angela. Anytime she starts smashing, it's a good idea. Not that easy to do when the player's so far off the table.
Really crucial game here too, Sean, for Crystal more so than Angela, going down 3-1 against against anybody, but especially against a defender is, I don't want to say it's a death sentence, but
it's just the amount of work that you have to do.
You're in the ICU.
Yeah. You're on life support at that point. And it's just Crystal trying to score points versus earn points. Just see her going for a big backhand drive. And that's playing into Angela's strength when she can take your power and use it against you. And just no patience right now for Crystal. Just one shot and going for a winner, regardless of the quality of the return. So Angela Guan in command of this quarterfinal match, with after dropping the first game at 9, coming back with 11-7, 7, and now 6 to give herself a shot to get to the women's semifinals, where she would be facing a very strong and determined Lily Zhang in the semifinals.
Sean, I think Crystal's going to have to go into absolute, I mean, she should have been there already, but she needs to go into absolute grinder mode and stop trying to hit through Angela and really take every point and just work.
That's exactly what I would tell her in the corner is, don't expect any free points, but be willing to play a 15 to 20 shot rally on every point. If she can win the point on 2 or 3 loops in a row, that's how she'll get the upper hand. Smashing or swinging at balls that are out of her reach are not going to get the job done. And just
don't be afraid to push.
See,
Too
that
late.
ball,
She's starting to hesitate, Sean, because she's taken so many bad swings at those that's why she thinks she's missing her smash. She's not missing it because she's just playing bad. She's missing it because she's going at the wrong ball. That was the right ball, but she hesitated.
yeah, that was a much better play. And she won the point off of a push when very easily she could have tried to put a previous ball away. Work the point. You don't need to hit winners within the first 3 shots. You're playing a chopper. You've got all the time in the world. If you're unsure of yourself, just safely spin it on. That's a nice combination there. If Crystal can get Angela Guan to start attacking regularly, she won't have too much difficulty moving the ball around. But if she's trying to score too quickly...
Not good play there by Angela. It doesn't make any sense. You're getting Crystal to be really antsy and wanting to end the point, which is, if you're a defender, exactly where you want Crystal to be. And now you're kind of forcing the attack. Kind of need to go for your attacks more so when your opponent. Great
so on
shots.
that one, Crystal worked for the point. She didn't try to drive it unnecessarily. And once she gets the upper hand spin-wise, if Angela can't keep it down, then you will see Angela start to bail on the chops and try to play a little closer to the table, try to maybe do a pick hit here and there. But Crystal needs to establish that she can loop 4 or 5 balls per point, especially if she can do 3 in a row. Now you see Angela going for the quick hits. Oh, Angela able to return that heavy backhand loop with a dead chop. Crystal just played it like a normal ball and popped up. Nice placement on the smash. Again, right into the body.
This is kind of a game Crystal needed. She won a game. If she can close it out here.
Oh,
Counter
beautiful
smash.
Beautiful counterattack.
It's kind of a game Crystal needed, Sean, to win a game at 3 where you're... And she won all the points the right way. If I was Angela, I'd go out of attack mode and into super defender mode.
And what a good feeling it is, Corey, when you're playing against a chopper, if you're trailing in games, to have a lead in the particular game you're playing. Just realizing it's going to be a point-by-point situation. No need to try to come back quickly. But again, Crystal does not need to go for that finishing attack on the first ball.
I would call a timeout probably right now, Sean. If I was Crystal's corner, and tell her to start pushing a little bit more often. Not like that, but she needs to, she can't sit there and hit the same, yeah, she called timeout now. You can't sit there and hit the same heavy spin where the ball's rotating the same amount every single time against a defender like Angela, whose defense is like a wall. I mean, it's rock solid. She doesn't miss those chops. You have to find a way of throwing a monkey wrench in there and changing that whole dynamic where she's moving in and out a little bit and the ball's not coming with the same speed and the same spin all the time.
Right. Angela will, the best thing a chopper can hope for is you give maximum spin.
Yep.
Because that's their opportunity to go long pips to keep it at the same amount of spin, which will require you to lift it even higher each time. Eventually you'll just bottom out because you can't keep adding 20% more to your loop.
No.
And they can throw in the dead ball anytime, which means that if you've started your stroke early, your racket's below the ball and you're going to be lifting a dead ball. So clearly being able to drop it short, take some spin off the ball, bring Angela in and out.
And if I bring her in, I would bring her in to make it to her forehand side, to Angela's forehand side, so you get a more normal push to attack. Almost like if you bring her into her short forehand, then you can attack the wide backhand, which is the most comfortable area for most loopers to attack. But we'll see if Crystal's able to execute that.
Great touch by Angela to be able to keep that ball down. Oh, and she gets the lucky break.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about before, Sean. When Crystal, before that last push, she showed her the push way before she ever made contact. Angela was already moving forward. So you didn't get to get Angela off balance as much as you could have.
And now Crystal just sprang a couple balls to go down 5-2 in game 6. Angela really worked, Crystal really worked that point much better. It might take an extra 2 or 3 loops to get that shorter high ball, but if she's willing to take the time, it will materialize.
Big point there from Crystal, kind of keeping her in this game, keeping it to a 2-point advantage. If that ball doesn't go over, it's a 4-point advantage.
I was just going to say, I hope she reads that dead chop.
And you can read the chop a lot of times by where they make contact. If the chopper makes contact closer to the handle, is dead. And if they make it toward the top of the racket, it's not dead. All right.
Again, Angela just mixing up the spin. That's where when you start going with too much force, a small misread. You could see Corey on that last serve that Crystal did. She's very anxious to try to tie up this game. First ball smash, probably not the easiest to execute.
Along with trying to smash a ball that's dead is also not so easy.
Right, and it was a little high. It was kind of in between. So now 9-6. So Angela Guan, 1 point away from reaching the semifinals, where she would play Lily Jung, and Angela Guan will advance to the women's team tryouts semifinals in a very, very strong performance over Crystal Wong, who is now playing out of Washington after starting her junior career in Maryland. So we've got men's actions coming up. We'll have a chance to see if Timothy Wong can right the ship and get on to the men's national team. We've got 8 players left on the men's side. The women are now in the semis. So again, we'll take a short break. We'll come back for more live action here from the Las Vegas Convention Center. Be right back. All right, we're right about to begin the quarterfinals of men's team trials. Sharon Algetti on the near side, facing off against Timothy Wong. Of course, we are streaming two other tables with Chance Friend and Michael Landers on table 3, and Victor Liu and Samson Dubina on table 2. So going into this match, Corey, we've seen Timothy Wong in the last round get through over Jack Wong, playing much better than we've seen this entire week. Sharon has been strong himself with the junior competition and also playing well in the men's singles. What are your thoughts on this upcoming match?
I think it's going to be interesting. I think it's going to be fun. The last time they played, Sharon beat Tim 3-0 in Westchester. So, and with the shots like that.
Unreturnable net.
If Tim gets through this, though, Sean, it's going to mean he's playing well. Because he's going to have to play well to beat Sharon.
They still have the score backwards. Corey, I've really been super impressed with Sharon in this tournament, making wise decisions, really working the point, eliminating a lot of the crazy shots, and getting free points. Really, I would say that Sharon has been averaging at least 2.5, maybe 3 free points a game by just not doing dumb things. That wasn't a bad backhand block. He didn't go for anything crazy, but he forced Timothy to make a good backhand opening. Timothy opting for that very effective deep serve. Going for the deep serve twice, they're just really trying to back Sharon off the table.
Sean, I think Tim actually has more power on his backhand. If I were him, I would probably just backhand rip that.
That's exactly the combination that twin brother Gal Algetti did against Timothy Wong. Just doing backhand to backhand play and let Tim try to go for something or to get pushed off the table. I'm sure the discussion at breakfast this morning was, if you're playing Tim, stay away from the forehand and try to let him decide the result from his backhand weaker side. That's the second unreturnable net.
That underspin serve by Tim is abnormally heavy, Sean. It is super, super heavy.
Nice and low and really...
Yeah.
Would have been interesting to see what Timothy would have done on that serve. Really deep right into the body.
Yeah, he tried. Sharon already did that once in the...
And they're finding Timmy's backhand. We mentioned it in the last match, Corey, when Timmy really goes for the backhand, the extra spin helps him, but when he plays a little safer, there's not much behind it. And I think all of our juniors are realizing that they can get into backhand to backhand exchanges. And look at that, just keeping it back on the table. Oh, what a great block by Sharon, and then just going for too big of a backhand. That point would have almost solidified the game to go up 9-5. Oh, very, very nice block up at the table. Sharon really dictating the action here in game one. Timothy with the serve, trying to fight back some way possible. And look at Sharon staying on the backhand side. Of course, that net did not hurt his efforts there. So game number one, Sharon Algetti, 11-6. And we know, Corey, that Sharon's going to continue to attack. He's not going to go into any prevent defense. He's going to just keep the pressure on. It's going to be up to Timothy Wong to see if he can just break through that wall.
I think this game, Sean, you're going to see Tim starting to cut out a lot more on the receive to Sharon's backhand.
Maybe start to hedge a little bit and step around, get his forehand going. Most likely it's not going to be a ripping shot, but just...
Or open up with his backhand down the line to Sharon's forehand.
Just get him out of that backhand to backhand corner so the exchange isn't so one-directional. That's a nice play by Timothy. Just a safe opening to the forehand where he doesn't give Sharon anything to work with. And that's exactly what you said, Corey. Backhand loop down the line to the forehand. So much more difficult for Sharon to play wide into Timothy's backhand when he has to use his forehand. So Timothy with a really nice set of positional tactics to start out 4-0 here in game two. Not sure why Sharon went back to the forehand on that counter looping rally unless he felt for some reason that Timmy was going to come up with a big backhand rip. Just giving him one more chance to play his favorite shot. Now Timothy's making that turn off the backhand side, and now 6-0.
You can see he's really working over the forehand side of Sharon, which is absolutely the right tactic.
I mean, and I would say, Corey, it's very similar to what happened in the final three games with Jack, but Timothy actually forcing the offense a little bit more. He kept Jack off balance in the round of 16. Now he's actually able to get his offense going. Again, nice deep serve. Now here comes the forehand. Such a difference between Timothy Wong playing his backhand off the table and when he gets to turn on that ball and get his forehand loop going. At this point, Corey, I think if Sharon just goes ahead and attacks every ball, it would probably be in his best interest. Just get some range going.
Yeah, get some swings in because he's got to kind of get something going offensively.
I mean, playing the perfect safe ball, he's not going to win 9 out of the next 11 points. But at least he can feel how hard he needs to make that first loop in order to put pressure on Timothy. Oh, beautiful play on both sides of the net. Sharon able to loop that banana flip, and then Timothy Wong having the presence of mind to re-loop the counterattack to the open court. So 3-9. And that ball, a little bit of a reach. So Timothy Wong with 7 game points to even up this match. Oh, great re-loop by Sharon. Oh, Sharon able to somehow return that ball sent directly into his elbow. And then Timothy going long on the follow-up. So Timothy Wong evens up this match at 1 game apiece, winning 11-6 by the identical score of game 1. Of course, we've got 2 other matches going on. Court 2 and 3 quarterfinal action in this men's national team trial day 2. The winner of today's tournament will lock in a spot on the national team for 2016, along with Fang Yi-jun, who won the men's singles, and Canuck Jha, who took tournament number 1. So everyone's fighting for this final few spots.
So they traded scores here, Sean.
And
1-1, and I just have a feeling that this match is just getting started.
Timothy played really well throughout the first 3/4 of that game. At the end, Sharon added a little bit more offense. See if Timmy is able to come out strong again. That's exactly what Timothy Wong would love to be doing on each and every point. Serve heavy, get a very big forehand spin in, and to be able to just stay up to the table. Sharon has to be careful on this point. He does not want to go down 0-4.
That ball needs to be a forehand,
Yeah,
Sean.
it looked like he was saying to himself, why did I step around and play a backhand on a ball that could have been played almost anywhere on the table? He had the whole court and just jammed himself into a backhand. Wow, that's just a fading forehand. Not much body on that last ball that Timothy sprayed off the table. That's really scary, Corey, when you have a guy back that far and you go back to the forehand. Only chance for them to counterattack. So Sharon able to take 2 points off of Timothy Wong's serve. Now will have his own to possibly, that's a nice loop there by Sharon. Looks like he feels more comfortable attacking to Timothy's wide forehand versus just taking these balls down the line. Oh, that was well played by Sharon, just jamming Timothy into the backhand until he had an opportunity to step around and get his forehand into play. So we are tied at 4 apiece. Both players winning Timothy the first 4 points, then Sharon tying it up. Oh, beautiful wide angle backhand. So Timothy's got to be thinking about stopping this 5-point surge. We've seen him go to the long serve just to break things up.
That's the main difference between Timothy's wide playing those balls with the forehand instead of the backhand is he can take the ball anywhere with the forehand. In the backhand, he pretty much exclusively goes cross court.
Nice backhand opening. Timothy is going to play safe. He's not going to try anything crazy at this juncture. Oh, great forehand by Timothy Wong.
It was set up by taking the first heavy spin into the forehand side there to get the ball coming back to Timothy's forehand where he could kind of crank that one.
Boy, that was just a clear jam into Timmy's backhand. What type of return was that? Looked like Sharon, when he stepped over to play his backhand, his racket tip was still straight up. Wow. Timothy escaped a backhand-to-backhand exchange there by just...
It looked, Sean, like Sharon wanted to add a little bit of topspin to the block, but his brother won by just giving him nothing off the block.
And then to miss the serve. What a mental error there. Play 18 points and then just serve off the table. Sharon's dad really asking him what's going on here. And obviously he didn't mean to do that. It wasn't the plan to miss the serve. But I think just the sense of urgency that you can see in his dad. Each one of these matches is absolutely critical. Each one of these games, I should say.
Yeah, and even points, because you know this is going to be tight.
And in some ways, I really agree with the father. 8-10, you're going for a high toss deep serve. You got to make sure you land it on the table before you worry about maybe getting Timothy to mistime it.
And there's a lot of questionable decisions there by Sharon, Sean. Starting with playing that one high backhand from the forehand side, not moving his feet to hit a forehand. The missed serve. Taking a lot of the balls into Timothy's forehand when he needs to take them into Timothy's backhand. So
again, once Timothy gets that first forehand in from his backhand position, he is so comfortable taking full swings till the point finishes. Timothy has just really, Corey, reduced the errors to a minimum.
Sharon's errors have been coming in bundles.
Again, we're seeing a number of just critical points from the score perspective. Sharon absolutely needed that point.
But you see how many good shots Sharon has to make to get a point versus Timothy's playing good shots and getting those points, but he's also getting some free ones, and that's where the 4-2 lead comes in.
Right. Timothy hasn't really made any amazing winners, but he's also eliminated any shots that don't make any sense. That's nice, getting the ball out to the forehand by Sharon. That worked well for Sharon. A little scary to be playing the backhand out on the forehand side. I really do like Sharon's forehand. Uses his body well. He goes through the ball. So So now back even up at 4 apiece and the serve. That's a nice combination there. I don't know if Timothy is going to be able to do anything to break that. Sharon serves the same ball. I think Timothy's going to be relegated due to the exact same slow backhand opening.
Right, but he had so much success opening to the forehand side of Sharon.
See if Timothy maybe steps around. Had that ball landed, Sharon was going to be blocking it. Sharon had a chance on that last one. Not an easy shot by any stretch of the imagination to take Timothy Wong's strong loop to your forehand and to loop it off the bounce. Wow, Sharon just too eager. He's got a lot of time to continue to work that backhand and backhand exchange. You don't need to go out to the forehand so quickly. Timothy hasn't stepped around one of those backhands when they go cross court. See if Sharon just waits for one more backhand. Timothy's forehand just will get a little bit weaker and weaker after he plays 2, 3, 4, 5 backhands in a row. That looks like the same serve that he missed at end of the last game. Going for the backhand serve right now. That made no sense.
None.
Serving with the backhand and playing the first ball with your backhand.
From the forehand side.
From the forehand side. You can't cover either direction. And Timothy Wong's too smart to rush that ball and not fight to get the advantage. So 7-all here in game 4. That's a lot smarter. I don't know why Sharon hasn't forced that pattern more after seeing what happened when twin brother Gall did that in the men's singles. We literally saw that same pattern about 6 or 8 points every game.
He's just got to block the ball on with nothing.
There's no reason to re-loop that ball. He's got a very good block. Oh, that is just one tremendous serve. I mean, that's just great foresight. He must have seen Timmy's stance be a little What an awesome point. Both players, exceptional topspin off the table. And again, Sharon, after playing strung out to the forehand, comfortable playing a backhand to follow up a really wide angle forehand loop. Now, Sharon with 2 game points to even up this match at 2 games apiece. And there's the strong defense up at the table by Sharon, and the dad Eyal giving a high five. That's exactly what the father ordered. Just not backing up, staying on the backhand-to-backhand exchange. Now Coach Han Shao is giving Timmy quite a bit of animated advice here, mostly on the backhand side. You can watch on the monitor Shao reminding him what to do with the backhand. I still think Corey is Timothy Wong. If he can start more on the forehand side, he'll just get that much of an easier swing than opening up to the backhand, where it seems that Sharon is able to create that wide angle.
Yeah, there's no real need for Timothy to do anything with the opening except open to the forehand side of Algetti so that he can play more shots with his forehand.
So it looks like Han's advice of being more aggressive on the backhand side has led to a 2-0 lead here in Game 5. And that time, Timothy didn't move his feet at all as that ball broke away from his backhand. He just bottomed out on the topspin serve, but that was a very well done counterattack. So Timothy Wong coming out of the blocks here in Game 5, taking a little bit of a break here, and there's the backhand drive. Instead of just spinning it up to win direct points off of his backhand versus spinning one up and getting into a 2 or 3 tight exchange. Definitely a good way to trade points. Sharon continuing to get his forehand into play.
I don't think we'll see that serve again from Timothy for a long time.
Looked like Sharon had a slight upper hand during that rally.
He did. He did, and then he kind of had a footwork miscue.
Yeah, he just didn't move his feet that extra step and had to reach for the ball. That's really smart, Corey, by Timothy. Instead of taking that backhand cross court, just playing a little bit to the right of the transition point on Sharon's forehand, guaranteeing that he'll be able to play another forehand. Now, Timothy with some breathing space here in game 5. Oh, got a lucky break there by the ball hitting the net.
Kind of surprised the umpire didn't give a warning. That serve toss was kind of far back.
Wow, excellent play by Sharon. Again, opting to go out to the forehand every time he goes for the finishing loop. Very difficult to read the amount of spin when that ball hits the net. And again, Timothy Wong just winning a lot of the loose points here. Timothy winning the battle of the top spins. Able to just get one more forehand in. So Timothy Wong taking game number 5.
Again at 11-6.
So this quarterfinal match, both players fighting to see who they will play between Victor Liu, who's currently leading against Samson Dabina 3-2, and with a bit of a lead here at 7-4 on table 2.
Sharon has to stop giving those loose points to Timothy. And that's really been the 2 games he's lost at 11-6. He's probably given about 3 points each of those games to Tim. And Tim doing a great job not giving those free points and changing the tempo on his loop a little bit. And he's doing a better job with his backhand loop going to Sharon's forehand.
Still seems, Corey, as if Sharon's making the bigger shots and Timmy's taking all the little ones. They're just a lot more little points than reloops off the bounce. But this is what we saw Timothy Wong do at the Pan Am tryouts. Had his back up against the wall and just systematically worked his way back into the event. Now Timothy getting a little upper hand in the backhand to backhand exchange. So smart. Both players know it hit his shirt. Again, Timothy now just getting his first attack in. One ball at a time, and we can now see the winner of this match will face Victor Liu in the semifinals.
And if Timothy wins this, he will get his revenge chance against Victor from yesterday.
And while Timothy must win the event today to qualify for the national team, if Victor were to win against Timothy in the semifinals, he would automatically make the men's team since he was the runner-up yesterday, because he would have been in 2 finals, and any player that reaches 2 finals will remove the need for a head-to-head match between the 2 runner-ups.
And on the bottom half of the draw, we have Arsh Shah and Kunal Chaudhary playing on an outside court. Kunal Chaudhary up 4-1, 3-2. 3-2 in games, 4-1 in the score. And on court 3, Chance Friend has made a great comeback to go up 10-9 in the 6th game.
And Sharon is not going to have any advantage at all if Timothy Wong is looping 3 successive balls with his forehand. He's going to have no difficulty finding the weak spot. So right now, Timothy Wong really rolling. Nice 3rd ball attack off of a deep serve. Oh, strong backhand. Hit right off the bounce from Sharon to narrow it to 6-2. And he will have the serve now. Boy, Corey, that second backhand loop that Timothy delivered, it looked like he had a little bit of a mishit. Still in the driver's seat with the serve and the 2-point lead. Timothy chopping on the backhand. Not where he wants to be.
Yeah, smart timeout by Coach Han Shao. Get Timmy kind of back on track.
Doesn't want to have to.
Sometimes that's when you go into timeout mode, Sean. When you see the player you're coaching start chopping. And on table 3, we'll be going to the deciding 7th game between Chance Friend and Michael Landers. chance just pulling out game 6, 14-12.
A very strong re-drop shot by Sharon to tie up this match at 6-all in game 6. And again, Sharon controlling the short game. Now getting the first lead of this game. Wow. That timeout did wonders. The only problem was it was for Sharon. Timothy's just really hitting a dry spell right now.
Just standing still, Sean, and hitting the backhand.
And Sharon's just cutting the serve short, taking all pace off the ball. And now a missed serve, wow, from the timeout, just dropping every point. Really big swing there by Sharon.
Yeah, that ball just kind of nicked the edge.
That was a nice try for Sharon to stay up to that table to make the forehand block.
Good tempo change there by Timothy. Now both players, Sean, are completely out of timeouts. So we will have uninterrupted action.
Be neat to see the mindset of Sharon. Does he go offensive or does he try to slow it down?
He almost didn't have to make that decision.
Timmy almost made it for him. Timmy really trying to load up the serve to get that ball to come out. Oh, Timothy got away. Sharon was trying to get back into the backhand-to-backhand exchange. Timmy half turned. You can see the celebration on Sharon Algetti's face and hear the vocals going for the big forehand reloop. So we are now tied.
I think there's some celebration there, Sean, and some relief. Being up 10-6. Timothy catching back up to 10-9 and then finishing it off. I had a feeling we were coming to this point, Sean. I said it earlier in the telecast that it's pretty early. We're going to be here for a while.
And Corey, as we mentioned, Sharon has really been working to make the big shots land. I think it's going to be a little bit easier for him to calm down and just keep the high octane going, where Timothy Wong's going to have to up the offense just a little bit.
He has to get his feet moving and keep getting his forehand into play. And he's got to do that by opening up to the forehand side of Algetti. The plan shouldn't change a whole lot. And then he's got to play solid on the small stuff. You can't give away some free points.
Right, at those points at the last 5 points of the game, or before he made his mini comeback, just a lot of misserve, dropping the ball into the net. And credit Sharon, really, really strong forehand counterattacks and willing to take the risk. Each point so big now in game 7. Got to hold your serve. That was a nice swing by Sharon. Timmy again starting well. Seems like every game in this match, Timmy has come out. And now this is where you can start using the score against the opponent. You don't have to go for big bombs or take an unnecessary risk. So Sharon finally gets on the board.
That was a huge point, too.
A 4-0 becomes such a hill to climb.
Yeah, especially now Timothy has the serve.
That was well played by Sharon. He had the entire table to go to, and instead of looping into a backhand block that might have knocked him out of position a little bit, just spun it out to the forehand. Timothy with a super hustle off of that net ball rally.
Timothy needed that point, too, to maintain that 2-point advantage, keeping the pressure.
We still see Sharon dictating the offense, but Timothy Wong staying close to the table. That was an easy point for Sharon. Timothy just trying to keep the serve short. Tough when it's that much side top.
One of the first times, Sean, we saw Sharon take that ball on a kill shot down the line.
And quick 2 loops.
A close game, Sean. I think Sharon might be the slight favorite. Timmy's confidence is not exactly high.
Sharon's taking the risk, and right now he's getting the rewards. Very nice play with the forehand down the line. Very good openings. Just really earning these points to bring the match back to even. Oh, that was really smart. That was so smart, so patient, waiting for that ball. And Timothy visibly shaken right now. Sharon really feeling good at this point. Oh, that was one tremendous backhand down the line, completely set up by getting the upper hand in the backhand-to-backhand exchange.
Tim just unwilling, Sean, under pressure to take the backhand down the line.
Or to risk stepping around. He just really stuck in a safe ball. You can see how aggressive Sharon is. Up 6-4 and directly challenging Timothy with a deep serve. Again, we saw all match long that forehand loop cross court. now taking it down the line.
Timothy has to stop playing so safe, Sean. He's going to have to be a man here and step up and initiate something. Sharon's almost challenging his manhood, daring him to attack, and Timothy passing the buck. Like, that was nice.
But Sharon got a big backhand in.
Really good play there by Timothy. A lot more positive return. That's what Timothy has to do.
It's
He
almost
can't
like
sit there and
until
block.
his back is against the wall, he's just playing so safe. And that was an absolute must-win point for Wong. Just can't be a blocker, slow spinner out there.
I would go to Wong's reverse serve. Yeah, here comes the reverse. Good serve choice by Timothy.
Much stronger backhand play there. I thought for a second that if Sharon could get that one block on the table, that
Just wasn't quite wide enough to the backhand side.
right, that Timothy had overstepped that first forehand. So 6-7, and boy, do we have ourselves a match right here.
Wow, Sharon made an absolute mess of that. He did that earlier in the match, too, with the same result.
So was he trying to do a reverse
He's trying
side
to-
spin chop
Yeah,
block?
yeah, which at 7-6, just go up there and make a flip and play the rally.
Oh, what a timing loop off the bounce. And there's no way Timmy is going to be able to force his offense in when Sharon pulls off a combination like that. That was pre-planned before the serve left his racket. And there's the forehand flip that you asked for, but Sharon waiting and ready to get that ball back to the forehand. Now, Timothy will have the serve, but he must hold and take both of these. With Sharon's shot-making ability, you do not want to give him a ball to swing at. He's come up golden all game long.
Short top spin to the forehand. I knew that was coming.
And Timothy just in between. Is he going to rip it or is he going to spin it slow? And he gave a little bit of both.
Playing so safe, Sean. He's going to have to just
You're going to
loose it up and let it go. That ball was so high.
And he still lifted on it
Yeah.
instead of just taking it right over him.
That's the confidence I was talking about. He's just not confident right
Now,
now.
here's the scary thing is Sharon can do anything he wants. He's got two serves. Really put the pressure on. And Sharon Algetti will advance to the semifinals with a very well-played 11-7 in the seventh match over three-time U.S. champion. So Timothy Wong will not qualify to be on the 2016 U.S. national team, which, boy, this week has been just a complete.
Timmy had a rough week. He went 1-3.
And this is a three-time champion who has constantly been our mainstay on the national team, as well as the current North American champion. So just a real tough week. Again, looking at our junior development on the boys side, we've got all the Algetti boys doing exceptionally well. And coming up next, we will have Sharon playing against Victor Liu, which Victor is one match away from guaranteeing it. We'll have women's semifinal action between Lily Zhang against Angela Guan, which should be a nice matchup with attacker-defender. Also, Prachi Jha will be playing Tina Lin. But on the men's side, Corey, why don't you give a rundown on the Final Four?
Final four matchup. We got Sharon Algetti and Victor Liu playing in one semi. And the other semifinal, we have Kunal Chaudhary and Chance Friend. I have no idea who's going to win this.
Well,
And any of the four could win it. The favorites of the day are out. My favorites of the day was Landers and Timothy Wong. And they both went out in the semifinals. Or actually, Timothy went out in the quarterfinals. And Landers went out too. chance friend. Oh, also in the quarters. Yeah, so neither of them even made the semi, which shows the depth of our field.
And the one interesting factor is with Victor being in the semis,
Yep.
if he can win against Sharon,
He guarantees
he
himself
guarantees
a
a
spot.
spot on the team. So he doesn't have to, Sharon would have to win the event. And then
Victor would have to lose 2 matches in a row in order to not make the team. Because Victor still gets a chance to play the second place finisher of today.
right, the finalists from today will play against Victor. If Victor wins his next match against Sharon, that'll put him on the team because he's not going to have a problem playing the runner-up from yesterday, since that was Victor against Canuck. So still some interesting positioning here. There even could be a chance for Sharon to play Victor twice if he were to win the competition, then have that actually to lose in the finals, and then to have to play Victor in that final matchup for 4th position. So we've got women up next. We'll have Lily Zhang against Angela Guan. And then on table 2, Prachi Jha will be facing Tina Lin. Be right back in just a few.